stream so you can see the game I'm currently playing. Ooh, I'm in a boss fight. Wonder, did I ever face this thing in my original playthrough? Oh, that clock tower. Yeah, there is a fucking annoying puzzle to do. I, I haven't done that thing yet. Yep. Are you in a dungeon right now? The clock tower itself, annoyingly, is not in the dungeon. Yeah. The clock tower is in a different spot than that specific dungeon. Really, some of the puzzles they have, you have to go back and forth between different spots in order to actually complete the puzzle.
Through these lands most verdant green, my eyes alight for sights unseen. In Menancia, pure and pristine.
What is it you see exactly?
That's not for me to say.
Shotgun. Shotgun. And I'm about to fight Elite in a second because I can hear the Elite music coming out. Dick. How, motherfucker? I can't keep that on him. I can't use Firestorm on him because he's one that runs after me. Can't hit you with one that slows you down though. And acid rounds. I was watching a Remnant 2 video a little while ago, and I was watching one that when they bloodlock stagger effectively. I think that's cool.
Okay.
He set it up correctly. Basically, you can stagger almost every fucking game. Even the big red dick bag is capable of stagger.
Well, yeah, every single enemy in the game has a stagger gauge. Just different enemies have a larger stagger gauge to worry about. Not in the least bit surprised you can do a freaking build that can enable you to stagger any enemy.
Yeah, the dude was in staggered crit room.
Nice.
Stagger them and just stupid the crit damage to them. Motherfucker. What the fuck?
What?
I just saw a firebomb that came out of nowhere. Where the fuck did that fireball come from you? You're throwing shit, dick. Dead. The motherfucker sitting in the goddamn corner throwing shit at me. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to kill all of them right now. God damn it. Stop hitting me with shit, fuckers. I'm not surprised. They do what they do. Killed most of them with just that fucking one ability. Dick. Come on, I gotta do this too. What this music do? Reduce the heat generation of this weapon 25%. Oh, this is basically how I counter the fucking goddamn thing overheating.
Yeah.
on the LMG, so it stops fucking overheating because it overheats in the middle of fights half the time. I think the overheating mechanic's fucking stupid, but whatever.
Apparently it's really fucking good if you make a build specifically around it.
What is the default? The gun takes a decent amount of bullets for it.
Nope, wrong thing.
It takes almost an entire mag before it starts overheating.
Battle control semi-auto. That's what I want. You good now to be able to have a look-see at my stream I set up?
Kinda, not really. I'll do it once I get to a crystal.
Okay. And I'm literally waiting here at this. I'm literally just waiting here at this boss fight, so I can. Since I'm right here at a tough enemy that I don't think I fought before. Probably maximize showing you the combat. The bot.
Good thing I didn't stop looking at shit because I just fought in the league again.
Yeah, the boss fights on this game are actually where the combat truly shines. Or where the combat is at its best. You're able to do.
This is a fucking optional dungeon, and I'm just doing it. This is in a crystal. I'm literally going in this optional dungeon just to sit in the crystal because there's always crystal right at the beginning.
Yeah.
I only get one more equip. Jesus Christ. I use that many of them. Which can what weirdo? Around with this there. Oh.
Geez, she's acting like she's never eaten before.
She has to show me fucking even though she eats fucking every single goddamn day constantly. Oh God, I gotta keep that verification. What? No, Thomas is shut up. Shut up. I'm watching Thomas. Okay, I can watch it. What the fuck is this game? It looks like a knockoff of fucking fucking
He's not though. This is the what the fuck?
Yeah, we can tell.
Oh. We've got orbs incoming!
They must have summoned them.
The last thing we need is a crowd. Let's dispatch them quickly.
You're mine.
You got company.
Try it not again. All back in their defense.
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be. I need something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen. Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Oh no, I'm paralyzed. That's not good.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
about today?
Our attacks just bounce off.
We may have to wait for now. Here comes something bigger.
New plan. Let's destroy this thing first.
Where are you going?
Another incantation ruin.
Maleficent, be gone! Shooting star!
You're mine!
Pain between heaven and earth.
Out of the woods, it seems.
A wailing damage.
Try harder.
Sleep now. Explosion!
Oh.
No further.
Burning, sparkling stars of light.
I can do.
Rain down and pure light.
Breath of life. Heal my weary companion. Now I can run.
Meteor storm! Too much to handle? Dancing! Pierce evil! Freeblazer!
Lunarongo!
Here goes!
Rising Wyvern!
Whoa! One at a time!
Strike!
Its wings are lighting up!
It's getting ready to attack!
Air thrust! Arch required for
Demon
freeblazer!
Tag!
What would I do without you?
Tremendous power.
Don't face it head on! Holy Land!
You're mine!
Take this!
Eat this!
A wailing banshee of
You're
lightning!
mine! You're
Use
mine!
a healing art! It's weakened!
This ends now!
Take this!
No escape!
Flare tornado! Easter!
Strike!
This one's mine!
No dawn
Here I
will break
come.
this night.
Thunder!
Eagle
This
Ray.
one's all mine!
Lunar corruption!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'm on fire!
I'm not done!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Rhapsody of Frost.
Rising Wyvern! You're on!
A pain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of
Take
lightning!
this.
Sleep now!
I'm ready.
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Take this! I'm not done!
Oh, is it just because of the static? Or what?
Not in your dreams!
Seriously? More orbs? These things are starting to tick me off.
Thunderblade! Illuminate magic command! Will this help?
Lunarongo!
Healing circle! What would I do without you? Radiant pierce! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Oh, sparkling stars of light!
Here I come.
By the power of flame! Burn without a trace!
Try harder! My turn! No escape! Shockwave!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Burn in hell!
I must.
I'll never miss! In here!
Wide open!
It won't escape
My
me.
turn!
Searing flame!
No escape! Rising Falcon!
In a bind.
I'll heal you all!
Oh.
Armor won't save you.
I'll cover you!
Breath of life.
Recover!
Heal
Like
my
lightning!
weary companion.
Lightning sword!
You're mine!
Elusive
Wyvern!
demon.
Struck!
Everlasting dawn.
Immortal droplet!
Fear! Devastation!
Lightning
Eagle
command!
Ray.
It's over!
Thunderblade!
Rising
No further. Thanks, Trio.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Illuminate the dark! Come
You're
forth,
mine!
holy glimmer! Holy land!
Cure.
I owe you.
Take this! Burn!
Lightning!
You're mine!
Now you see what I can do.
I didn't think you had it in you.
Focus. There'll be time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Heal.
You're mine!
There is logic within your every move.
It'll take more than brute force to win.
I'll try to provide that strength.
Your astral arts are truly incredible. Every little bit helps, right? Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well. One at a time.
I'm grateful.
You're mine!
Death shall not be forgotten.
Ready and rare!
Watch yourself.
Take this!
Sense incredible power.
Thunder field, healing
You're
circle.
on!
Power surges. I'm sorry.
Illuminate the dark. You do the same for me. Holy glimmer, holy land.
Try harder! Now! You're mine!
The wind. Air thrust.
Try harder!
Heaven and
Not a
earth.
chance!
Whirling banshee of lightning.
Leave the target to me.
You're mine!
Winds of heaven.
I'm not done! Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon!
This is literally the first time I faced this boss too. I completely missed this boss fight in the original playthrough of this game.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Try harder. Not a chance. No escape. It's over. I'm ready.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle.
That's the worst off our backs.
Look! That weak point on his face is wide open! That must be what the Zoogle was protecting.
Here I come. I'm not done. Rising one.
Bring you down.
Eat dirt. No further.
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Now I can let loose.
Confiscated.
Here I come. Crescent flash. Thunder.
Lunar corruption!
See what I can do. I'm ready. Come on. Look sharp. Lightning activated. I think it stopped moving.
Yeah. Hopefully things should be safe. For now.
I guess...
Yeah.
You don't say.
This should be a good place to fight.
Wow, Kisara! It's so big!
You're talking about my shield, right?
Hmm.
You finally made it. Good.
Really now.
I sense a strange power from this.
Finally. If only we could have flown with...
All right?
I guess. Hey,
Is that so? Good. I see.
Where's the blasted inn?
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our head. It's finished. Hopefully the...
You finally made it.
Basement floor 2. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Upper floor.
guess I misread the landing.
Careful. That's no ordinary Zoogle.
Yeah.
Let's see what you've got.
You're mine! Here I come!
I mean, who? Huh? Huh.
Stand back.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Down on the ground.
Can't be thwarted! Celestial Hammer!
You're mine! I'm nothing! You're finished! Not today!
Nothing much I can say to that.
Rising Wyvern! I'm ready! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! I'm not done! Down on the ground!
Rain down and purify! This one's mine!
Watch yourself. I sense incredible
You're
power.
mine! Struck!
Now!
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Resonate
My
with the
turn!
earth.
Lunar horizon!
Take this.
Gemini all confiscated!
I'll smash you!
The flame power!
Elucidity! Soaring Glide!
Wait now!
Leave the
Let's get you
charges
off
to
the
me.
ground!
On the ground! Struck!
Lightning
Iron
orb!
Cleaver!
Astral energy!
Demon Lash! Take
Gemini
this!
all
You're
Here,
mine!
let me help!
Radiant light.
Now!
Then tonight's meal is
Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
Looks like it could be worth something.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Right.
Good. You don't say.
Right.
Agreed. This shall be a feast for the senses.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little compassion. Why?
Oh, yes. Well. Yes.
My thanks.
I can't say I'm impressed. You're making promises too freely. And that last exchange.
Niaz is beset with grief. As a responsible Renin, it...
Yeah.
I see. Good.
Well. Oh.
Good.
Yeah.
My thanks.
Hey!
Who?
Well... Those three seem to get along so well. Was it really right for them to separate?
It was his choice, and he ultimately chose the lady over his friend. I can only hope this helps her in her recovery.
Huh?
Yes!
Huh?
Well...
So then, my thanks.
I still can't believe Deadeye was caring for these owls. Maybe he really was a nice guy once.
People...
Oh crap. Oh. God awful itch. Fuck.
People are not born immutable. They change.
Oh yeah. How the fuck do I... Oh, okay.
And not all. Always for the better.
This time it was for the better, though.
Indeed. Well...
Huh? Right. Hmm.
What?
11,165 horsepower,
Law.
fucking 165 miles per hour, fucking wheelchair from my neighbor down
Sorry.
the street.
Oh?
Thanks.
65 horsepower?
Looks like you're done here, Alvin.
Yeah.
That
was too
was
close.
Okay. How... Alright, how much horsepower is that?
Okay.
Seriously?
Well,
What the?
About 109.
Really? 109 horsepower translates to a max of 65 miles per hour?
One's on the wattage.
Oh.
We finally made it.
Hey,
Yes.
I guess.
Huh? Yeah.
Nice.
Hey.
Wow.
Oh no, that's fucked. Um, the the melee or the hand-to-hand guy fighter on this game, the side mission I did, he literally first confession from a female he ever got was from a female cow. That's fucked.
Wow.
Really?
We did it? Yeah.
gone far.
But there are still Zeugles on the loose. We'd better hurry.
Isn't that the bull? It's surrounded by Zeugles.
Hey now, no picking on Ab.
Out of our way.
It's over. My captivity. Now, take this.
By the power, vanish without a trace.
Yeah. I guess.
Yes.
Yeah?
How?
Hey.
Real?
Good girl. Yeah.
Don't look now, but the animals have come to see you off.
Oh, of course the.
It's kind of sad though. Makes me feel bad for him. Especially with how freaking
That is from livestock.
Aww.
good looking he is. It's like, how the fuck are you not popular with girls?
Okay. Oh. Why, you?
Really now.
Just what's going on here? Should we stop them? Okay.
Here we go. I'll do my best. This one's mine. One more. Flame! Did you see this coming? Glacial fire. Light up the dark. All right, let me at 'em. Going in. Ha! Look sharp. This one's mine. Tiger blade. Light up the dark. All right, let me at 'em. Plenty left. Flaming meteor. I can handle it. Far enough. On guard. Huh. Huh. Light up the dark. I'm ready to go. Take this. Tiger blade.
What the? Excuse me.
Oh shit.
Yes.
What about that?
Serious?
Huh?
It's on the hospital, you old bat. Oh shit.
I never knew Lagiel could be so intense.
She can get that way where my brother is.
She's not the only one. Always good to be back in familiar territory. I guess. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. All right.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Did anyone notice Phaethon acting a little strange?
I guess he was. Maybe the anxiety's getting to him.
This is where the light fell? What's with this tower? Is it a Dahnan relic?
No idea. But the astral energy is getting stronger here. The light's definitely in this area. Even if it is an agent from Lenegus, I'll blow them away with my astral arts. Go no further!
Here I come! I'm not done! Begin! Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
Here's the evil!
Rising Falcon! You're finished!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
You're mine!
I'm expert!
I'm not done! It's over! No escape! You're finished! Rising Falcon! You're mine! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Together, that wasn't even a problem.
Is someone being attacked?
We have to save them! I won't let them get hurt!
Let's dispose of the trash.
Here I come! Rising Falcon! It's over!
This one's mine! So good with airborne
Take
targets.
this!
Lunar corruption! Lunar blast!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours
Rising
truly.
Wyvern! This time! Strike!
Light astral energy! Blah, blah, blah.
Glacial Spear. Here's the evil.
Rising Falcon! You're finished!
Air thrust!
Here I come! I'm ready! Done!
The shadows!
Bloody hell! Crap!
Well...
Hmm?
Why you? Why you? guess.
Yeah.
Damn.
Let's
Primed
see
and
what
ready.
you've got.
Sighted. You got company.
Elusive deity. Tornado drive. Finish it. Out it. In an instant. Impact block.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Stairs. Which way do we go?
I say up. I sense presence is below us, but not as large.
Up it is then. It's just steps upon steps. Why would someone build this?
Not to live in, I'm guessing.
Right? It would take someone real kooky to build all this.
Right. This astral energy is incredible.
It's so
I was born ready. Nothing can surprise me.
Look up there!
What the hell is that?
Round to deal with first.
Resuscitation!
Flying freely. Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
no sooner said than done.
Here's a healing art! First aid!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Here, let me help.
First aid!
Execution.
Here, let me help.
First aid!
In your deck.
Here's a healing art.
First aid! So much!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
Now I can let loose.
Here's a healing art.
First aid!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
Power surges through me. Newcomers, let's welcome them. Watch the ones up above, too! On your knees.
Magna ray!
Air pressure!
Sighted.
Spirit within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc! Massive example!
Get on one more! There you go! Don't let up! I never miss!
They flesh on night
There!
They
Not in
smite
your
with
dreams.
blackened flame! Dragon swarm!
I'm only getting started.
Nope. Did
Magna ray!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got
Well done! Go! One more! I'm only getting...
on your knees!
Go! Go!
Dragon swarm!
First aid! Magna ray!
Finish it! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
No defense!
Lightning weapon! Rising Phoenix!
And again!
Finish it! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. Here's a healing art.
First aid!
Sion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Here, let me
I'll
help.
do better.
First aid! They just keep coming!
He's putting us through our paces.
okay.
Here I go! Hold on, Peter! It's over! The flames will roar!
Okay.
Burning! Raging cascade! Test this! A whirling struggle! I'm right behind you! Unreal to heaven! First source! Confiscated!
Take this!
Oh, sparkling!
Oh, you chose some terrible timing, werewolf.
Sighted! Magna ray! And again!
I'll smash you!
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
Denied!
You know? He literally just left to let his daughter do her homework. How the fuck do I do this shit?
Provide assistance however I can.
As impressive as always.
No, I'm ready.
I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered. Here, let me help.
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Sight. One more. You're mine.
In a bind?
First aid. I never miss.
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Rending you a flaming
I'm only getting
free!
Here's a healing art. First aid.
Stalagmite!
Mega ray.
Bloody howling!
Got it.
Negative gate!
One more. Now our plan almost in the back.
Not done yet. Just going back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best.
Take this! Dragon Storm!
You're mine.
Let's go.
Take it. Help this. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
All disasters made one. Come forth, the healing community.
Help this. Mega ray. It's over. Gale force.
Not today!
Photon
Table
radiant.
regeneration!
Alvin, this ends now.
Consider yourself finished! Breath of life! Heal my wearied companions!
Here, let me help.
Cure.
First aid.
Death shall not
Here's
be
a healing art. First aid.
Why'd you heal me?
Let me
To stop.
At this point, we're practically sitting ducks. Alvin, I've got this.
Right, I'll handle the rest.
Heads up, Alvin.
This is our chance! Swallow blade! I'm not done! Rising wyvern! Rising falcon!
We did it.
Yeah, the astral energy is.
Whew, that was harrowing.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm a freak that doesn't.
I mean, sure. Maybe, but if we're talking...
I didn't have memories, a face, or a sense of pain. And then on top of that, I was born over 300 years ago.
Join the club. I have my thorns. And Kisara believes Danins and Renins can...
And I used to work for the Snake Eyes.
You guys.
And...
Too much
Yeah, but Alphen, you do that thing where you grind your...
I don't see how that's... Wait, I do? Well, at least it's not as bad as when you...
When I what?
Whoa, guys!
You're the one who made this weird.
Thanks, everyone. I need to be better, but I'm gonna work on.
I wonder if she perceives being a mage to be a source of continual obligation. Brinwell's pretty much...
Huh?
The only one left. Sometimes I think it might have been easier for her to have kept it hidden. I guess it doesn't solve much. Crap!
Right. Hey. How?
Yeah.
Why you? Wait! What? I see. Huh?
Thanks.
Wait!
Huh? Really?
Good.
All right.
Maybe it's not so bad. What matters is that as long as I have, and after everything they've done for me.
You're looking pretty content.
Yeah. I feel like life's taken a turn for the better all of a sudden.
Oh, that's good to hear. But why did you say you felt that way?
Oh, why can't you be more like Dohalim?
What?
That Zoogle looks tough, but...
I think we're game for it.
What? Expert coming through!
Resonate with the earth!
I'm not done!
Take this!
Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal.
A wailing blast! The flashing parts are weak points. I never miss.
An astral arc?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Into the shadow.
Denied!
A thrilling performance.
By the power of flame.
Rising Wyvern!
I
some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting. We've reached our destination. Sure.
Right.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hmm.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. I see someone who looks
No way.
All right? You don't say. Stay calm.
Huh?
Good.
Sure.
Perhaps you shouldn't have gotten your hopes up.
I felt moved.
Huh?
Ridiculous.
Got it.
Right.
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't.
Okay.
Hey!
Oh!
Great!
Oh!
Huh. Yes!
Okay. How?
The fish could be dwindling even as we speak.
Time is of the essence. Let's hurry.
I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Huh? I think someone's calling out for us.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wow, the timing of you two. This is fucked. Welcome back, Chris. You know?
How did it come to this?
You're a beautiful woman, Shion. That's a good thing, right?
Wait, Kisara. Hey, Kisara! How did it come to this?
Hello?
Finally.
Well, shit.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Wow.
Thank you.
What?
Great.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. Let me see. Yes, you're in well, all right? Hello.
I see. Oh. What?
Oh?
I see.
Yeah.
Well, why Volron's whereabouts? Don't they know where the... their own sovereign is?
Considering we've come across him the world over, he's likely been operating. What? What? All right.
Huh? What?
All right.
We've reached our destination.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That can't be.
Sure.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
I must say, I wasn't expecting you to be the one to spoil their reunion.
well, it was the same with Alphen and she. Leon, too much affection can be hard to bear. In fact, you look sort of pleased, Dohalim.
I have the privilege of witnessing their new start together. Few things can mar such joy.
What if it were you?
What indeed?
That Zoogle looks tough, but
I think we're...
Let's see what you've got.
Dance in the
Airborne
wind!
beast.
Air
My
thrust!
special.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I shall ensure you survive this.
I've got this! Little marksman handle it!
all yours.
Here goes! Arch sealed!
Swallow blade.
Blade blast!
Benediction
Shattering the pieces.
I got this! Here I go! Hit that! Back to the front!
reflect on thy sins. They smite with
Hit
blackened
that! Where are
blade.
you going?
Be still. I'm ready.
Kisara frozen!
Hammer!
Reload! Bullseye! Raging cascade! Burning strike!
Glacial spear!
Here's Angie! Freelancer! Dance in the wind! Raging cascade! I'm almost impressed.
How praise coming from you?
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Not in your dreams! They're not playing around! Radiant pierce!
That move.
Dance in the wind!
Here comes the big one.
Freelancer!
On your knees.
This one's mine! Do it! Get him! Dohalim!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Denizen!
Wow! Look what I just found. Looks like we made it here in one piece.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
You think we can take that Zoogle?
If you're gonna fight it,
An opponent like this should be easy.
Never have I been so popular.
Where are you?
Insects should stay on the ground.
In a bind?
Aim for the weak spot.
Glacial Spear!
here's the evil!
You're mine!
Now you see what I can do!
Freeze laser!
Negative Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up?
Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle! What did I do?
No escape! Swallow blade!
Here goes! Go get it! The waters of creation!
That'll bring you down!
I'm not done! Sharply
Amazing! Not long to go now.
We couldn't have done it without you, Winlow.
Thanks! Come on! Let's see when we get in there and finish this fight!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
We won that by a mile!
Sure. Just great.
Well... Anyway,
Oh, we've got it just relax.
guess I'll do some laundry and...
What does it look like?
Yeah, I guess you are.
Of course not. I have a good memory.
He's fine, Kisara. I've been keeping an eye on him.
Oh, good.
Hey! How come you don't...
Just don't squeeze too hard or else you'll damage...
Yeah, I get it. You know, if you keep...
What was that? I suppose I should take this as a sign. Oh,
Simply admiring our campfire as I await dinner. I find what...
although I'm sort of...
Oh? And here I thought you...
Why? Did you...
No, I... The night is aglow, yet what I hold most...
That's not like your usual poetry.
Brimming is thy soul.
Okay,
To hear your words of worry.
I guess I'm just struggling with how I'm proud, so... They don't need me for chores, and I don't have much in the way of... But aside from... And if not, I can't help...
Lost though you may be, life without you,
You're right. And we...
with you by my side.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Hey, dinner's ready! Wow!
Oh? Dohaline, all of your replies last night were poems. What was that all about?
I suppose I was struck with poetic inspiration. Did it strike your fancy?
Yes, I found it to be quite elegant.
I'm afraid my memory of them is a bit faint. Could I trouble you to recite them for me?
No, you cannot. Remember them yourself. We should be able to cook here.
tables on us.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. Here I come. I'm not done.
Well, looky here.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Ignite! Damn it! Here I come!
Not much longer to go.
Come on. One final push.
Let's do this together.
Feeling where you stand.
Rising Falcon!
Was that a new skill I saw back there?
Indeed. Well, sort of. Actually, it's a family staple harkening back 8 generations.
Maybe you can just write all this down?
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
I'm not
Not
done!
in your dreams.
I can carve through armor.
We've turned the tables on us.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
In the wind! Air thrust!
A whirling struggle.
Got fire!
I've got let a marksman handle it.
All yours!
I can't imagine what we do without you, Renwell.
Me? That's a little much, don't you
That
think?
was almost too easy.
No enemy can stand against us.
If only every battle went so well.
An opponent like this should be easy. Not today!
Lightning orb! Power of blood in the wind! Air thrust!
Bet that shell's hiding something tasty.
A chain of a wailing banshee of lightning! Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Blazing cascade!
Strike!
Burning
Swallow blade!
glacial
Thunder!
piercing
My
heaven
turn!
and earth! Oh, we may look cute and stuff, but they're big!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize. Let's dispose of the trash.
The flames will roar!
I'm surrounded.
You know, Law,
Wide open.
watching you really makes me realize
Makes you realize what?
maybe thinking too much gets in the way sometimes.
Exactly. Don't think. Just keep swinging. What? Too
chain
slow.
between
I'll
heaven and
fasten their defenses.
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be.
A comfortable win. And thus our strength yet grows.
This looks nice and tough.
Gotta break through!
You
Radiant armor is all mine.
Healing
Let me see what I can do. Too slow. Come and get it.
Raging Field!
Now I made it
Hot!
through.
Just back it out again!
You attack without mercy.
Because I can't afford to fight
Free.
Not against the worthy.
Sia, can you take care of them?
Sooner said than done.
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Ah, the spray from this waterfall feels so good.
Seriously. Makes the sweat I worked up getting here all worth it.
Don't get too wet now, you two, or else you'll catch a cold.
Hey! Are you insane? What the hell were you thinking? I thought we were gonna die!
One simply needs to be bold and act with conviction in times such as these.
Did you know it was gonna be safe before you jumped? Because I sure didn't.
More or less. I figured there would likely be a basin here akin to most such waterfalls.
Don't just make people jump off cliffs on a hunch.
Are we ever gonna finish climbing this ladder?
We're climbing a considerable height. It's only natural that it will take some time.
That's not the problem here.
We are getting closer to the top, aren't we?
You've just got to keep your spirits up, Brimwell. Positive thinking is everything.
Go no further!
You're mine! Awaken and ignite!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Pressure firmer than one.
I'm not done! I'm not done!
Precision, precision, timing.
I
All
got
a
this!
perfect
Let 'em mark! That's it?
You take meticulous care of your fire. Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
I won't forgive you!
Armor won't sink. Take this!
Radiant Pierce!
Position, precision, timing. All a perfect 10.
Are those ones even nothing else?
You take meticulous care of your fire.
That was almost too easy. No enemy can stand against us.
If only every battle went so well.
I sense a strange power from this. Ah, guess I misread the landing.
You sense one of your pals, Hoodle?
Ah, guess I misread.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Coming through. Take this!
Chain between
Mike,
radiant
this
suns.
one's all mine.
A wailing banshee of lightning.
My fists are crushing it out there!
Discourteous, aren't you?
Take this!
This one's mine. Your wings won't save you from me.
Ignite!
No way, not in your dreams.
Flying free!
What if they can't
get out of this?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Take this!
Violent darting wind. Carve now through radiant crossblade. Dance in the wind.
I'll bring you back from death to
Photon resuscitation.
I'm ready!
Alpin, astral energy.
Say no more.
Sight.
Rising Wyvern!
Far beyond the darkest sky. I'm only getting started. Mega ray. There. I'm here. I'm only getting started. I'm never fixed.
It's wide open!
It won't escape me.
Armor won't save you. This one is almost in the
Can't
bag.
get out of
Not
this.
done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best.
I'm ready!
Kisara, frozen.
Hammer!
Well, looky here. Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Oh, yeah!
Huh?
Hey! Is that...
What? Hey!
What?
What's going on here?
Oh, come...
What was that all about?
He just thinks something's going on between me and Rinwell. And Rinwell being Rinwell took it the wrong way. Which means now I'm getting an earful from both of them.
That really didn't explain anything.
We finally made it.
We've reached our destination.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our...
Not sure I'm completely convinced.
Okay, people. We have... And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns. And all right?
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like... Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
You okay?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is.
It's a healing pod. It fixes...
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely... Alphen?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. Naori laid me inside.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But...
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant...
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far. Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I...
Of course. That's why you came...
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for, the world's bigger than just Menancia. If I've learned anything, and the one who...
Well, we're not out of this for...
I know.
Kisara.
Probably...
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So,
Hey!
What's got lost?
only that he's afraid of flying.
Hey! I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through...
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't...
Well, maybe you're the one with the
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust
Oh, that's a good point. If
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of the...
We'll be going to
This must feel like... What was life on Lenegis?
Let's just say, I don't have... They called it treatment. But in truth...
You mean...
That's right. All I... Day in, and the look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Some existence, huh? I thought things could... Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Sure, I survived. That's when it hit me.
I'm sorry.
No, it...
You say... That's exactly... Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the shorts? It's that logic that's used to justify this struggle with... If we're doing...
A world for...
Not... If... Now I...
A victor...
You bet...
Yeah, we can...
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how...
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even...
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. But I can't keep running forever. The past...
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong. Come back and speak to me when you finish. Is everyone about ready?
Before we do that, just...
Kisara has a point.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis is... Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength...
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence. And
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to... Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danon.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking.
Jeez, give backhanded.
Wait a second. Are you?
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like... as if such simplistic criteria could ever...
So this red woman,
I would wager so. Lenegis, chances are she's also connected to the Renus Alma being...
If the Renus Alma is being used to exploit down...
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as...
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy.
If there are clues about your thorn... There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the Crown Con...
do you think anyone realizes that we're...
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance...
I really hope we don't.
So now what? We've come... And if we're lucky, the Renus...
There is an area of this...
Forbidden?
I don't know. Hence my desire to find... In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis...
And you think that source might have been...
Precisely. Whatever the ceremonies... Then the Renus Alma... Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally.
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously...
There's only one way to find out.
Shion's right.
All right. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans.
Thinking of...
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look...
The very foundations of the city have shifted.
When Lenegis changed shape, it must...
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to down...
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live.
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way...
Dohalim?
Avakir. I'm glad to...
So it is you! But why are you here?
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't...
They're with me. More important...
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift with... We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happened.
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone.
The Forbidden Zone?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as... I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home, let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to...
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If any...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis...
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here.
We need more information.
While we're at it, we can ask...
And don't forget about finding the way.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Dan...
Good idea. I think that...
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its...
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What could be...
So...
Oh. Oh dear.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts.
Is everything okay?
Oh, yeah.
I was hoping to head this way myself.
I suppose I daren't stay here too long, though. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe...
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris!
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know...
But of course, I thought maybe it was a passageway between...
Situation. In the meantime...
You'd really...
Our lot in life is a...
Oh...
Well, we've canvassed the city for...
With nobody left to run the I mean,
But only...
Even if...
I will also... Now that...
well, yeah, to us,
It...
Yeah.
If you're every... And luck...
I didn't...
Tell me,
Yes! Yeah!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he...
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them, too.
maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah.
seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them dip.
Yeah, despite the brutality.
They must have had a lot on the...
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what...
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're...
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because...
I know. What they did was horrible. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. So I guess...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because even if they did terrible things?
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a... I think that's something we've...
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for...
And I'm going to keep doing...
There's something I just don't...
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead, in which case the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won.
Yeah, that makes...
So...
Hanfreaked Milgras, the former...
So then this Han-freaked whatchamacallit.
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly...
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never...
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or other.
And that never struck...
When you live here, it's as if you...
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contact. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have...
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of... But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where...
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master...
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone...
No use standing around...
Doe?
Faria.
Faria? Isn't that the person I was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've nothing to say.
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue...
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years, but let me tell you,
If killing me will bring you peace... First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, my sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. You're just a cat.
I apologize that...
Is it true?
Each of us have our pasts.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last.
Did you mean what you said?
She has more right to my life.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me.
Doha!
Forgive me.
We've got all the ingredients for that recipe now!
Great. I'll let you cook then.
Wait, what?
never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Hold! I am Lord Dohalim of Helda Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Be my guest. I'm grateful.
I'm sorry to trouble you.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we...
Yeah, they weren't big talk.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by...
Indeed. They seem... And yet, traditionally, Lenegis has...
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers in...
I've never seen anything...
Maybe someone doesn't want us here.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign...
Hi, Hoodle!
Here I come!
Bring him down!
You're finished! You're mine! I'm going in! For my lord! Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
In a bind?
Here I come! Thrust!
Now! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Now! Here I come! No escape! Start up!
Dance in the wind!
Rhapsody of darkness! We're not finished! Try this!
I'm ready! Xion, astral energy! Full throttle!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Let's dispose of the trash.
No further! Take this! Shockwave flash!
Annihilate one by the power of
Thunderfang!
They really don't give up, do they?
Take this! Rising Falcon! I'm not done!
Do it!
I'm not done!
Kikara frozen!
Hammer! Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
No
the
choice!
marksman
Take
handle
this!
this.
Heal my weary I owe you one!
By the power of flame!
Try this! This one's all mine!
I tickle half of the handstand.
Try hard! Not a chance! Leaving you apart! No escape!
Spread!
Rising Phoenix! It's over!
The waters of creation! First aid!
Shockwave flash! Infernal Torrent!
Tidal wave!
You're mine! Thunderfang!
Resonate with the earth!
Try this!
I'm ready! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Let's see what you've got.
You picked the wrong fight!
Spirit flame!
Can't get out of this!
Reload! Fire support! That'll bring
That
you
may
down.
prove a thorn in the
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Let's see what you've got.
I see one, eh?
Now you
shield will save you? Astral energy!
Say no more.
A comfortable win. This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that?
Remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do, Bit. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly...
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion. Your desire to not that I'm complaining.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
What? I've never known Faria to control Zoogles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handled the Zoogles. Then we kept some answers. Aim for the weak spot. No further.
Burning strike!
You escape. Swallow blade. Elusive deity.
Rotating pile
Strike it.
heaven and earth.
Infernal current.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
On the ground. Here I come.
Ice War!
Rising. I'm ready.
Kisara frozen!
Hammer!
Into the wind!
Here I come.
Sleep now.
You're finished. I owe you. Rotating power timer.
Lucky
Rising Falcon.
It's about to strike! I never miss!
Look sharp, everyone.
I'll be saving this one!
My turn. Can't get out of this. Take this.
Magic is here! Blade!
Elusive deity.
Ready!
Take this. Take this.
Not on my watch!
Try harder. Take this.
Light astral the waters of creation!
Now you see what I can do!
Might with here I come.
Far enough!
Shield!
You're finished.
I'll be
Here I
saving this!
come.
Lunar blast!
Blast.
Into the fray!
Take this.
Annihilation! Ethereal flames! Finish without a trace! Where that came from! Explosion! I'm almost impressed!
My brain's coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Wide
No,
open.
it won't escape me.
I'm ready.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control.
Man, I thought...
Everything okay?
Yes,
Not her.
Shion.
I can try, but
We're not even supposed
In that case,
I'll take her off.
You?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died.
and you believed me?
What I like to think I know you a little better than that, though. I'll take Faria. I know better than to ask what you're up to.
Thank you.
He seems like a good...
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me.
You don't seriously blame...
Somebody got to her. Strike back. And the same goes for you.
You're wrong.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well.
What is it, Rinwell?
Yeah, it's that voice.
The will of Dana.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now.
No. What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows...
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to...
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing.
So, everything we just saw...
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to...
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns.
If maybe my thorns are made from that same...
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns. No, more than a link.
I've never felt astral energies.
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And is...
Correct. Dark astral energy...
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own... If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more...
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? I don't know, should we really be getting so involved?
Dana's will would never...
But you can't say that for...
Cut it out, you two.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could...
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories, and I think they may be the kinds of true...
I'm sorry about...
Finally.
Do you think... that
Soon, I have to be ready to... I'm determined to... up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. Curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of...
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I...
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out.
For the people...
Well?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of a composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy. So is the creation of a governing central figure, codename
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of That must be the master. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here.
About the Lords.
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the... Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renin... In other words, it may be that all Renins are unwittingly being made subject to some...
What about the Sovereign?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here.
What is it?
It's a list of names. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Alphen.
They re-engineered me.
Alphen.
It's fine, really.
Test subject number 10105. Volron.
Volron? He's only sovereign because someone...
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records. You...
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that...
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns. It's all lies, including the part about... The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always...
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been...
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that law.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily... She could be working for someone else.
Either way.
What about the data records?
Not that I can see. There's nothing here about who's behind all this. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to...
I'll do that.
So this is where... Only...
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dahna. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Alphen. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, Long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. Made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, the spirit channel. This is where the Renis Alma.
So this is the place where
The Renis Alma isn't here now.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there'll...
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those...
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize...
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit, by that logic, it would stand to reason that the...
We have a maiden, and now all we need is the Renis Alma. Shion.
It's possible?
I do.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal...
You're right. It's the barest sliver.
I just hear...
No, it...
Rinwell's right.
Thank you.
Starting with a little game called...
Yeah, we've come all this...
Yeah!
I too shall lend...
And they say
How do you know it's... Now let's get moving. So Naori sealed away... She stopped my... But then, that power she'd sealed away... I'm so sorry.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony. And Naori's... You paid a heavy price for it. The reason you lost...
Is the reason.
The Thorns.
It all leads back to them.
When my thorns... I never did... No. The truth is, about a life without the touch of my... Holding... Is it... What if it...
That's not... I'm here to make... Forget fate. We're going to live... A normal life. There are
Yeah, it's... I know, and
your work.
I believe...
Good. I'll keep on until I...
Sounds like... That's quite some door.
We'll find the Renaissance.
After everything we've been through to get...
We'll probably be...
Go for it, Alpha.
This is it, guy.
We're a long...
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... Are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly toxic.
It's no use, Alphen.
If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. I'm not done!
Illuminate the
Dance on the
surface!
wind.
Come forth into the shadows!
Sharpwood block.
Holy land!
Your
Stand
power
between
block.
heaven and earth by the power of water! Not in your dreams! Vanish without a break! Here goes! Illuminate the surface! Come forth by the power of holy land! Stand between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Burn!
Spread! Divine seeds! The waters of radiation! Healing circle!
Try this! Infernal torrent!
Can't get out of this!
Thunderfang!
One more! Can't be Mega Ray!
I'll grind you into death!
Annihilation! Dance in the wind!
Here I come!
Ready and wailing!
I'm not...
I'll smash you!
Wind of heaven!
I owe you one.
Cyclone!
No escape!
Lightning!
Mirage!
Downfall!
Try harder! Now! You're mine! Swallow blade!
Elusive deity!
Infernal kick!
Here, let me help!
Take this!
Mega Ray!
You're finished!
Leave the charges to me.
Rising Phoenix!
Annihilation!
Far enough.
You're mine!
Not on my watch!
No escape! I'm not... Try hard, my
Take
turn!
this!
No escape!
In a bind?
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Shining Super! Illuminate the
Elusive deity!
You're mine!
I can carve through armor!
Here, Holy Land!
Try harder! My turn!
I'll fix you up!
No escape! I'm not done!
Don't get carried away!
No escape! You're mine! No escape!
By the power of water.
Infernal torrent!
Do it.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Shine!
My
Radiant
turn!
light! Force of regeneration!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. Every one of them besides me.
The reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean... Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But Then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Danon are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
Too late. Can't stay here.
We need to go. Outfit!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am...
Are you two okay?
Yeah,
Is Volron...
we can but hope.
Those red women.
Could they be the ones behind all this?
What? Those brainless things?
Whatever's stolen from us, the future's ours. We can head them.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland.
If that monstrous forms their...
Yeah. There's a good...
So this thing over on...
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already.
Then we're agreed.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renins or Danans.
Yeah, not...
I didn't...
Down on the ground! Try harder! My turn! Here I come! I'm not done! Rising! Take this!
How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Take this!
Now!
Swallow blade!
In here!
It's all my turn! Listen! Strike!
Lunar blast!
No escape!
Thunder field!
Rising wyvern!
Take this!
Do it! Neon, astral energy! Full throttle!
I need to be stronger.
Let's see what you've
Here
got.
I come!
Not on my watch! Look
Strike!
out! Demon
The
blast!
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Rising wyvern! Devastation!
Annihilation!
Rising phoenix! I'm not done!
Benediction light.
Here!
Take this! I owe you one!
Field! Lunar corruption! Lunar blast and red!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Here's annihilation! Like hell! Blah, 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 that air drop!
In a bind?
You get to guess it! Do it! Kisara, frozen!
Hammer! Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
What the?
The lights are all out.
Joe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir.
Avakir filled me in about...
She doesn't remember a thing.
He told me about Tarnigan, too.
What difference does it make?
Stop casting me off!
Faria, not now. It can wait.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep on.
You're an elite technician, though.
If so, then...
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, but this time not so much as...
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll...
What's that supposed to mean?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of that is, if he ever even existed. Which is looking down.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep...
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace...
At ease. Like by letting them hear direct... That's it. Who's the highest...
Lennigus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you...
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure... Avakir, you mentioned a few facility ones.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lennigus.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city...
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the...
What you said earlier. About the...
It's still too premature to say with any certainty. But I believe so. This whole time...
But...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only...
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan's...
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just...
You?
I have business I must take care of first. But not as your sovereign. Nor as a...
But...
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling. One in which people won't be judged by birth. Things like... Oh, I don't...
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. I feel like maybe now I can find...
You go finish whatever it is.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable...
Indeed.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's besides...
Sounds like you're in it for the...
How could I not be? After the From this day forth, though the memories of...
Remember, you're going to be...
True enough.
With or without, we should be heading back to the... Looks like the people of Lennigan...
In one sense. How long?
Fast travel still goddamn disabled? Mother.
I thought we'd find answers on Lennigus, but we just...
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is.
Yeah. Which is...
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The answers have to be there.
So, what do we do?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we...
It's also entirely possible that the...
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Damn! Our course has been altered. The coordinates...
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my
That's bad.
Quite bad. We've lost control.
Is all of this the Red...
Are they trying to finish us off?
Everyone!
flower.
But that flower looks like it's absorbing.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here.
If that's true, do you think the...
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already?
The flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis.
Unfortunately, yes.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines.
So...
Die before our eyes, and we have no...
Law, calm down!
Right.
It's still too early to give up.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it...
No, this is different. Something is pulling our...
We managed to get moved.
It looks like Lenegis and...
Do you think we might run into more remnants here?
Perhaps.
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't.
Hey!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship.
Ah, shit.
I still can't get over what...
Yeah.
I've only... Still, though...
Beats me.
Rena and Dana. But to think that they lied to us, not only about the Sovereign and the Crown...
Dohalim.
Okay. That be... This place looks a lot like that room we saw
Huh? What's that? It's one of...
A red woman in disguise.
So it was a...
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the...
That is correct. It is unusual for me to...
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that. Just what
Before I answer, I have a question for you.
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will. By a...
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have...
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more...
What did you do to...
I examined your bodies. You have identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you.
Oh, goody. More riddle.
Do you think we can...
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a tick.
I shall now answer your question. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used... As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena...
A question. What is this Great Spirit?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of...
A voice?
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have...
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second.
The true ruler of Rena.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one... I'm not sure I believe...
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden...
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the...
Dana's will hasn't been...
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are... Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its... So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lennox...
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. As a result, It has turned to...
Is that why the crown contest is necessary?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helgan had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded. All of...
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. That is why we...
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the...
This is all happening because of...
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original...
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors.
A request?
I wish for you all to...
I'm sorry, did you just ask us?
I did. It is in your best interest.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final... As we speak, Dana's energy, if nothing is done about the Great Spirit.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and as such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these...
Vengeance?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit.
You mean...
At this stage, it would be wise. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your...
Others?
I am the only Helgan...
Hey!
It's no use.
You can't seriously be buying...
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not...
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dan...
The spirit of Rena wants...
But why? Astral energy...
It doesn't matter.
Right.
There is one other how the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a...
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Let's find out. Who are they?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I...
Are you a Renan?
Oh. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a...
What a weird...
He must have meant Hevric 35.
And what was that about subjects?
There isn't anyone else we can talk around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time...
Why are you all even here in the...
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never...
And you've been working for
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility. But then it turned out...
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to... As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even...
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ...
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use... In addition, they also used hypnosis devices, and it's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids... I have to imagine that's how...
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to...
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If
I mean, sure. I was surprised when I first found...
Hevric 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though.
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or...
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis?
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash... After all this time, there's nothing to be... Things are going just fine with... Not that it'll be around much longer. That said, I'm sure it's...
Thank you for Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets...
Please, tell us what you know of...
You mean the Overseer's speech?
Well, for starters...
Where else?
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live...
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renan...
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the...
Apparently not.
Please, tell... Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were...
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new...
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the... They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts. That's why we, as their descendants, can all...
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created...
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can...
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they have these tiny machines.
Enough. You needn't...
How can you speak so...
I guess I can see how when viewed in a certain light. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets.
I see.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never...
Dohalim. Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all. Some new revelations.
And let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes.
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's...
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to... Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy...
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the...
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign... The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of... To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implement...
And the crown
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role. A new Sovereign had to... It was such tremendously difficult work.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the...
What about the flower that sprouted from Red?
Flower? Oh, that thing. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely...
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering...
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you...
He talks like the potential end of the world is just...
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there...
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by...
Let's take a moment to get... I know all of this is a lot to believe and take...
Agreed.
Everything that's happened.
And to get that energy, then the Helgan...
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well...
Either way, I think it's fair to say, why don't we all take some time to...
That's a good idea. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're... So let's go ahead. You sure you don't...
I could ask...
I figured...
I'll go along with...
Sounds good.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah. Everything...
Oh, it's you.
You...
Well, it sounds like...
What about you?
To be honest, right now...
How do you mean?
Because for a
Well, is everybody...
I am. There's a lot to think about. I don't care who we're up against.
What are your thoughts, Alphen?
Like Law said, if we have to... It's trying to rob us of our... That alone. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the great...
You're saying there's a...
You're referring to the vision of destruction?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit... And to hear Shion tell it? It's the same one.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark... And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like...
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it...
While the main body resides...
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and...
The question is, how do we confront... Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Ren... The wedge...
And we only know about the...
Hevric 35 has been observing the great... It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some... Our minds are...
So if...
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy. and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alfred?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a...
Is the...
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain—
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time, but you changed that, Dohalim. Thanks to— Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside, but we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those— When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can—
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But as soon as you stereotype,
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of— Realistically speaking, surely—
Even if we end up butting heads—
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy?
Yes, I do. Do you still plan to return to—
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order—
You'll always have a home in Menens. Well, if you ever need a helping— Doe.
Did you just— Thank you, Keese.
Don't even mention it. Don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to—
You know?
Yeah.
Hey, why'd you call me here?
Well, so I wanted to apologize.
Apologize?
I was being real stupid before. I get why you're angry now. So,
No, Law. Honest, of course you were.
But you...
Yeah, I think.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really
Yeah, of course. Because you were always...
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally... It was the first then when I felt it made me want to believe.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right?
That's not quite true.
You...
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really... But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is
In a way, doesn't that mean we're all...
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will.
Yeah.
Everett 35 might... But... You know what? I don't need... So thanks, Rin. To be honest, I feel...
Huh?
Never...
Huh? No.
Saying, I don't remember... No,
Thinking?
that's...
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got...
Same as you. Still trying...
Remember when it was so simple? We're only fighting all the lords on...
Ages and ages ago.
If I hadn't run into you that day, I wouldn't have my memories back.
Hey, Alphen?
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, like Hevrect 35 said, I need you to promise me, Alphen, that you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great...
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength, but it's taken us this far.
You can't be serious.
Listen, the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it. I promise you, if it comes down to it.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I hope you can...
Alphen. Okay. So it's a problem.
Yeah.
I remember... But when you reached out to me and gently took... I don't have words for the
That's because I couldn't feel pain.
Even once you could, though. You still... But still...
You won't have to worry about that.
You think so?
I do, because...
No.
Everybody get enough rest?
Yeah, we...
Agreed.
Our task is relatively...
We're fighting for...
Right.
Then let's go, everybody.
Repairs on your starship.
Is that you, Hevrect 30?
I can. I can see...
Sounds like someone's a peep...
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break.
I have unlocked all functions on your star...
Warp drive? Wait, you...
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship.
Using the warp drive, you should be able...
Wait.
You'll need to be careful. due to the force field surrounding Rena.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have—
We gotta go all the—
Will all the Helgen—
The extinction of my people. As such, it would be illogical.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says—
Well,
You heard the lady.
I have one last—
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates similarly. The Maiden lacks any identification number as her function. Despite this, the two of you can—
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people—
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? Why have you two continued—
It's hard to explain. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means.
I guess this means we should give that...
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere.
I don't sense even a trace. This world is...
Then this must be the hollow.
You mean to tell me this whole world?
And it's covering everything.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of...
So arresting.
Back in its day, Rena would... But after being robbed of its astral energy for
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude.
With nothing left here to consume,
You're saying if we don't stop it...
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life...
If the Oblivion and Darkness both Shion and Naori saw, it looks like we can climb down. Let's take a look.
So this is Ren.
So the... Question.
I wonder what...
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
You're mine! The flame inside me, yours to be let free! You picked the wrong fight!
Do it!
You're finished!
They smite with blackened blade!
Here I come!
Now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
Now! Here I come!
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
As impressive as always.
In an instant! Impact block!
here I go.
The flame inside me, yours to be let free!
Down on the ground!
Thunder field!
I'm ready!
The law! Demons descend!
Flashing bang!
Hey!
You know, guy. I thought.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator.
We haven't seen it.
Just look.
I wonder.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Here I come!
Everlasting strike! I can shatter any steel!
More Zuko?
Keep calm and take them down.
They've got flyers.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Swallow blade! All yours! I'm not done! Demon
Now.
Fang!
Astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory.
I'm not
Naturally.
done! Rising Falcon! On your escape!
I'm ready!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep and we can do this.
Trust it further, little one.
Rising Falcon! Rising Falcon!
Oh, more
Ignite.
coming. I'm all stocked up.
Take this!
Each turn.
Slash!
Just
Swallow
now.
blade! Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more.
By the
You're
power
mine!
of love.
I'm not done!
Tree of heaven. That'll bring you down.
So fast! Take this!
Masterful dash!
Rising Falcon!
Can't get out of
Now.
I'm not more!
Here's the evil. Freeze laser.
Here I the flame inside me yearns to be let
Shine.
free!
Radiant light!
This one's all mine!
Regeneration!
Front!
I can carve through armor! Regenerate!
Lunar blast. Astral energy. Full throttle.
My turn! Now! Here I come! You picked the wrong fight!
Out the waters of creation. Gravitas field.
Rising
Let the
Falcon!
medicine do it. Astral energy. Full throttle. Hold on to your
Take
arms. This one's mine.
Position, precision, timing. All a perfect 10.
That's it? Nothing else to add?
You take meticulous care of your fire.
You're finished!
Nothing gets by me! I'm ready! Demons descend! Flashing bang!
My turn! Blue escape! Rising! This
Can't get out of this!
Blue escape! Eat this!
Take far enough! It's go time!
Your arts are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
Then I promise I'll always be here.
I can't imagine what we'd do without you, Renwell. Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
That's...
Get lost!
Swallow blade! Blue escape!
Never have I been so popular.
Struggle. These things really get on my nerves. This one's mine.
Take this!
Blind freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Sound is more appropriate.
Let's talk even more doing.
Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon! Here I come! Ignite!
I'll heal you all.
Not a chance! Penumbra!
Thanks so much.
Slash!
Raging
Rising
storm.
Wyvern!
Now we're not...
Rising Falcon! Blue escape!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis. You don't mess around.
Not a
Eat
chance.
dirt.
Certainly not.
Rising
This
Falcon!
one's mine.
You're mine!
Illuminate
Can't get
the
out of
sun.
this.
Now.
Not a chance! I'm not done!
Do it. Here goes.
Swallow blade!
Freeze Lancer.
This calls for a celebratory drink.
Out
I don't feel so good.
You can! That's not even fair! Resurrection!
I can carve through armor! Actually, that sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
You require a hand.
This one's mine! Wind astral energy!
No further! No escape!
You require a hand.
Burn in hell!
Illuminate the dark by the power of flaming glimmer!
Rising
Holy
Wyvern!
land! Chain between heaven and earth!
Rising Wyvern!
Explosion! A wailing banshee of
Rising
lightning!
Phoenix! My turn!
Will this help?
Take this!
Goodbye, station! Blah, blah, blah! That's air thrust!
I'll heal my weary companion. I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Guess I misread the landing.
Out of our way!
You're mine!
Dance in the wind!
Captivity! I'm not done!
Annihilation!
Good time to cross blade!
Finish without a trace!
You picked the wrong fight!
Here goes!
You're mine!
Confiscated!
I'm not done! Swallow blade!
No
Infernal turret!
No further! A thrilling performance.
I'll smash you! Here I come!
No ground shall break.
I'm ready! Rimmer!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
The heavens must be smiling.
These structures don't look like anything but built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how someplace...
Gotta break through! Here I come!
That'll bring you down!
I shall ensure you survive this!
I'm not
The
done!
waters of creation!
Try this!
Lightning!
Infernal
Mortal
stick!
goblet! Let me show you
You're
what my
mine!
in here! Rise and shine! Get on in there!
Rising Falcon!
Shield!
Here I come! I'm not done! Slack!
Anything!
I can't lay a finger on it!
I prefer it that way.
It's on!
What about you?
Just watch and see! I'm not done! Swallow blade!
I'm ready! Over so soon?
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
This'll make us even more formidable.
Out of our way!
Can't get out of this!
Take this! Slash!
Light
Swallow
astral
blade!
energy! Illuminate the dark! Reload!
It can hide itself? Amazing! It's over!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
It's over!
There you go! Don't let up!
I'll smash you! Infernal turret!
Tornado drive!
I'm not done!
A whirling
Slash!
bubble!
Rising Wyvern!
Winds of heaven!
Take this!
Burst forth!
Can't get out of this!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We're a pretty lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
Go no further!
I never miss!
No escape!
Down on the ground!
Burn in hell!
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Waveland come through!
Infernal turret!
Not in your dreams!
No
to be sealed, oh weak foot. Actually, armed is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. Raging storm!
Try harder!
Lightning!
My turn!
Downfall!
I'm not done!
Denied!
Swallow blade!
Ice prison!
Heal! Okay.
Celestial banner!
Explosive! It's on! Burn in hell!
Searing body!
Negative swallow blade!
Do it!
Raising you up! Come up!
Astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had.
If it's in the sky, it's mine! This one's mine!
Demon Fang!
Dance on the wind! On your knees.
Do it!
Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? Best not to give me any ideas.
As impressive as always.
In a bind?
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Sion actually look flustered.
All disaster! Astral energy!
Say no more! This could be useful.
Go no further!
To me!
Resonate with the earth!
Lunar corrosion!
You're mine!
On your
This by the power of flame!
You picked the wrong fight!
I can carve through armor!
Winds of heaven!
Infernal
Here!
strike!
I'll be safe!
Denied!
Lightning
Try
strike!
harder!
Healing
Not a
circle!
chance!
What would I do
Move
without
escape!
time?
Try this!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
In a bind?
Rising Wyvern!
Radiant
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
An opponent like this would be easy.
This one's mine!
I'll grind you into dust! See what I can do!
Raging storm!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Not today!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Try this!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Here's evil.
I'm not done! It's too much! You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
I'm in your debt. Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right. No escape!
Resonate with the earth!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara. Here's evil.
Here I come!
Gale force!
Armor won't save you! Masterful dash!
It's over!
Can't get out of this!
Flash! Demon touch! Try this!
Downfall!
The flame inside me yearns to be lit. They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Discourteous son.
Ignite!
Gale force! Recreation!
Rotating pile driver.
Dance in
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Seeing anyone? Eagle ray!
Burning strike!
Explosive ring!
That'll bring you down!
Nothing gets by me!
Prepare to be sealed, oh Actually, found is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
I've been hit with something.
So even a magicist has his limits.
Not feeling so great.
Mind if I do?
I'm not done!
Now or never.
I whirling storm!
Need to pull myself together.
I'm ready!
Johalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Another one down.
Your skills are admirable.
Hey, new equipment!
Let's dispose of the trash.
I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight!
First force!
Down on the ground!
By the soaring bladder!
Strike! Demon Blade! Take this!
Demon Lash!
Eagle Wave!
In a bind? I'll heal you all!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Struggle!
Explosive
Winds
ring!
of heaven! Need to pull myself together. Back into the fray! In here!
shall break this night! Here I come!
Coming through!
Begin!
Confiscated!
You're mine!
Swordsman handled this!
You're mine!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Well, looky here.
No choice! No
I
escape!
never miss!
I'll take you all on! Can't get out of this! It's over!
The flames will
Swallow Blade! Rising
Careful!
Weapon!
It has some kind of camouflage!
Swallow Blade! Demon! Here I go! Try harder! This one's all mine! My turn! You picked the wrong fight! Down on the ground! Strike! Slash! Rising Wyvern! Rising Phoenix! Coming through! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! I'm not done! Negative you're finished! You're mine!
Heaven and earth! Lunar Blast! Into the lightning! Magna Ray!
Dance on the wind!
Leave the enemy's arch to me!
No complaints here!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
I've been doing really great lately.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell?
No. They appear to be well preserved.
Dead? So this is a map.
Looks that way. However, none of...
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were knowing that, they would have needed a place.
And that place is here.
So what you're saying is that all of these are dead?
Most likely, yes. It must have been a
There are so many of them.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
No ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
In here!
You're mine!
The temp has been dealt to you.
Eat this!
Crossblade! Lunar
I'll
Collision!
smash you.
I'm not done!
By the power of water!
Rising Falcon! I'm
Radiant
not
water!
done!
Illuminate the dark!
Rising Wyvern!
Bloody
fluidity of your movement.
can't get out of this.
You're mine!
Wailing Banshee lightning!
Its head is its weak point?
We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Deity! I'll smash you!
Lightning condemned! Thunder Blade! Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
You're mine!
Holy Denied!
This Grind you into take this!
Don't mind if I do.
Release the deity!
Far
You're
beyond
finished!
the darkest
Take
times.
this!
I
Rising
call
Wyvern!
on thee. Annihilation.
Rising Falcon!
Don't
Demon Prey! Try this! Shine! Radiant
Into
Light!
the
Boost of regeneration!
Where are you going?
Regenerate! Anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Raging
I'm all set up!
Now!
One final push.
Let's finish this off!
I'll do my best not to disappoint. Such unadulterated fury.
Rising Phoenix! Take this! Strike! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Rising Wyvern! Lunar Rondo!
I can handle it.
Illuminate the
Rising
dark.
Falcon! Strike!
Hurry up.
Try harder!
Ready and ready!
I'm knocked up! Take this! Try harder! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Fluid!
I'm ready!
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
The hell was that?
Probably something that was made here and somehow
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were. What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contest. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly not.
You're saying those were the remains of the winner?
I'm merely saying it's a.
That's absolute.
It was Rena's great spirit.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say. So, we're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Out of our way!
Here I come!
Don't mind if I do.
Swallow Blade! Burn in hell!
Tornado God. If it's in the sky, there you go. This is gonna need all of us together.
Explosive ring!
Can't get out of this!
Aim for the weak spot!
Oh, magic is
No escape! It's wide open!
It won't escape me!
I'm not done!
Now you see what I can do! Heal!
Now, no escape! I'm not...
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Rending you apart! Bloody howling!
Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon!
I can handle it!
It's on! Ha! Not today!
Do it, Field! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
What are those?
Not real ones, though. They're just like that.
We must be getting close to the great...
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a
Right. That's why Dana's great spirit is so much. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form?
Sounds like that's
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought that unity could potentially act as.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact...
I know it's a long shot.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even...
If nothing else, it might be an option if we...
Things are different here.
So here's a question.
Right,
Here,
here
let
goes!
me help.
Here I come! I'm knocked up! I'm knocked up! Rising, try harder! Not a chance! Move, try harder! My turn!
Flying freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
In a
No
bind?
sooner said than done.
Blade!
In here, not on my watch. Burning.
Swallow Blade!
Do it.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
No escape! Shut him down!
Strike me from behind.
I'll fix you up.
Resonate with the
Now!
earth.
Grind and
Here I
rage.
come!
Ah!
Take the hits on!
On your knees.
The waters of creation.
Slash pressure!
Dance and roll droplets.
You're mine!
Leave the field.
To me.
Take this! No escape! Rising Falcon! Lunar
Now.
Rondo! Demon Fang!
Don't get careless.
Gotta break through!
Hold on to your art. There. Here I come.
You're mine!
Mega ray.
Eat dirt!
Gemini
Demon
Hardcore.
Fang!
Mega ray.
Explosive ring!
Take this.
Go for the weak point. Waterfall. Explosion.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
I'm ready! Remote!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand. If that's the case.
Let's see what you've got.
Come one, come all! No escape!
I'm in your debt.
You're finished!
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like it's hard for you, truly.
No complaints here.
Rising Wyvern! Rising...
Raging cascade.
No escape! Try this! Explosive ring!
Can't get out of this.
Here's a healing art.
Thanks, Sion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Art expert, have it through.
Within the soil.
Where are you going?
No escape! It's over!
Masterful death. The heavens must be smiling.
Maybe it's time I try on something new.
No choice!
Not on my watch.
Swallow Blade!
Can you take it?
Gemini
Death from the wind.
Escape! Eat dirt!
Far enough. By the power
Spirits
of
within the soil.
Illuminate
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Come forth, holy quiver.
Explosive
Holy
ring.
land.
Power won't save you.
A chamber full of
No, being interrupted.
Can't end here!
Forgive me. This is my fault. From beyond, imbued is vanquished soul. Can't get out of this.
Lunar blast. Tempest wall. I'll bring you back from the wilderness creation.
Awaken and wreak havoc. Heal my wearied companion. Cure.
It's over. Raging storm. More playing nice. Lunar corruption. Lunar blast.
It's go time. Shine. Radiant light.
I'm prison. Overregeneration. Now. Frozen hammer.
That'll teach us for getting caught.
Little help! Not in your dreams!
Blackened flame! Swallow blade! I'm not done!
Mine! Is that statue wielding art? Where are you now it's the ever the marksman handle it.
Fine, free! Like if they just been real! Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Not so smug now. More incoming.
I'm ready!
Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final push. Take
Let's do this together, Alpha.
More Suko?
Keep calm and take them down.
I'm not done! Rising Falcon!
Here, let me help. Leave the enemy's art to me.
Try this!
No place here.
We did it!
I'm on reinforcements.
Rotating pile driver!
This one's mine.
Blue escape! Rising Falcon!
Armor won't save you!
Shine! Radiant light!
I'm ready. Sion, astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory.
I'm not
Naturally.
Take this! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
My turn! Blue escape!
Back into the fray.
Lunar Rondo!
Winds of
Rising
heaven.
Falcon! Easter!
I'm ready. This one's got your name on it.
Ash to ash! More? Begin!
I never miss. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Don't mind if I do. You have such an incredible technique.
Brute force is nothing without elegance of form.
I don't know if I'd say nothing. Do it! Sweet dreams!
You're mine!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
This
one's mine. Sealed.
I can carve through armor! Denied!
Demon Wrath!
Do it!
Darling! In an instant! Impact block! Hey, I'm pretty lucky. An opponent like this should be easy. Easter! Demon Fang! Awaken and
Body slam us into next week! Lightning Bolt! Banana, let's go!
Here I come!
Illuminate the dark! Magic is there!
Fly!
Holy
In a
Lamb!
bind?
Eat dirt! Pain nothing as winner! A wailing
Where are you going?
Blue escape!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
This one's all mine! Not today!
By the power of lightning! Winds of heaven! First force!
Explosive ring! I'm ready!
Strike!
Darling! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Supernova! Blazing Cascade! Spray!
Rising Warrior!
Magic is
Rising
there!
Falcon!
They're not playing around!
Swallow blade!
More from the
Take
top
this!
pile! Here, let me
You're
help
mine!
the wind!
Swallow blade!
Air thrust! Now
Prepare to be seen!
lightning
I'm
lightning
ready!
condemned! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
No choice!
Show you what my
Take this!
no time
to your art.
waltz.
Rising Falcon!
I'll smash you!
Rising Wyvern!
Illuminated
Rising
Dragon!
Dragon! It's over!
Holy Glimmer! Explosion!
Swallow Blade!
Came between heaven and
You're
earth!
done! Swallow Blade!
A wailing divine!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
An opponent like this should be easy. I'm not done! Seismic Rupture!
Here, let me
Rising Phoenix!
Okay. This one's mine! I'll shoot them out of the sky!
Swallow Blade! The flame inside me yearns to aim for the weak spot! You picked the wrong shot!
Lightning! Warm!
Regeneration!
Got it!
Swallow Blade!
Now's our chance!
Now I can let loose!
A whirling
Is that a
strike.
healing one? It is. I can't ignore you.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Let's refrain from losing.
Little hell!
No escape! Swallow Blade!
Denied! Can't be
I'm not done!
Resurrection! Flawless flight! Celestial Hammer!
Take this!
Showtime!
Demon Fang! It's wide open!
It won't escape me.
No further! This one's all mine! It's over! Ignite!
Let me see what I can do! I'm ready!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Little help!
You're mine! Demon Fang!
Resurrection!
Rotating Pile Driver!
Explosive ring! Illuminate the sky! I never miss!
Heal! I
The
owe you one!
waters of creation!
No escape!
Searing flame! Dance in
Rising
the
Wyvern! Let's try harder! Nonsense! No escape!
Phase laser!
Charge like that could
I
easily
have
be
no
fatal.
limits!
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Swallow Blade!
Ready to go!
Rhapsody of
You're
Darkness!
mine!
I'm ready!
Rising Wyvern!
Lightning orb!
Here,
Let me help!
Rising Phoenix! I owe you one! Demon Fang!
Well, looky here!
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under...
The astral en-
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, so doesn't that mean...
I would say that is horrifyingly correct.
What's the matter, Rin?
No, it's nothing like that.
It just feels like...
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with... It's almost as though I can...
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot...
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only if we can discern what the great...
Are you insane? You're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you alright, Rinwell?
No, I'm...
What were you thinking?
He's right. You had us all...
I'm sorry. I really, really am. But Rena's great spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you...
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one, but that never happened. They've stayed separated.
What do you mean, one world?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's the only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force...
It's a great spirit, but it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more...
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although, admittedly, at the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds. But only darkness... The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of... Knowing all that, Rinwell's...
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana, and if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up, but then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorn. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same.
In that case, is that why her thorns cause so much pain to anyone who touched...
If that's all true, then...
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong, like...
If the world had been whole from the start, there'd be no Dana and no Rena. Your masters are...
To think.
Discourteous, huh?
Burn it out!
Elusive deity in a vine?
Raging Storm!
No escape!
Not in your dreams!
No escape!
Within the soil.
Awaken and reclaim!
Shion! This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash, a merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
Far enough! You're mine!
My armor won't save you!
You're finished!
I thought you were going to wreck that thing.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
I'll provide assistance however I can.
As impressive as always.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work. Right, here goes! I'm not done! Down on the ground! I'm not done!
Bring you down.
You're finished! Not today!
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt.
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
It's weakened!
Can't get out of this! This ends now!
Here's a healing arc!
Now you see what I can do!
First aid!
I owe you a sanguine blood!
Lightning! By the power of flame! Do it! Supernova!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
We're a pretty lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander. But I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here.
Hold on, way! Here I come!
Ready to go!
I'm not far enough!
You're finished! Run! Heal!
Feel! Searing flame!
You're mine! Enough to hit on!
More of that! Power of flame!
Leading Bioclimber!
Get on in there with the others! Explosion!
Soaring Blade!
Field! Burning!
This is looking good! Unity of your movement. Simply incredible.
Freeze blast! Oh, hey! One is high!
Swallow Blade!
Now!
Rising Falcon! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Out of our way!
Here I come!
Raging cascade!
I can carve through armor! Captivity!
Lunar collection! Arcade waterfall!
The fire! Easter!
The flashing part's their weak point! Mega ray!
Explosive ray!
Tornado Ready!
I'm knocked up!
Gemini Aqua! It's weakened!
This ends now! Can't get out of this! I couldn't make it in time.
Arts require complete I'll break your
I think I'm coming down to something grave.
A chronic inability to read the room?
The malady door.
Lunar corruption! Think again! No more playing nice! Lunar blast!
Eternal devastation!
Lunar corruption! Dance in the wind!
Sonic Spear!
Here's a healing arc! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! Lightning orb! You are in tip-top shape!
Seems I'm done here. Come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
As impressive as always.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it!
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Shion actually look
Let's take it down! Flare tornado! Blah, blah, blah. I never miss!
Destruction! Bloody hell! Can't get out of this!
Ready! Searing tempest! And that's not my watch! Flare tornado!
Here I come!
Strike again!
Rising Lightning!
By the power of lightning orb!
I'll smash you!
Illuminate the dark! Come to it! Holy glimmer! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
An opponent like this should be easy.
It's on!
We master
Not today!
Into the shadows!
Take this! Go you!
Mega ray! Can't be
Demon
slow!
Fang!
Annihilation! Power of flame! Razor
Explosive ray!
Celestial hammer! Explode! There you go! Don't let
No
up!
further.
Here, let me help!
Take this!
First aid!
No escape!
Astral purge!
Strike!
Malevolent! Glacial spear!
Swallow
Fierce
blade!
evil! In here!
Anything in armor is all mine! Slash! in the sky is mine! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Try this!
Freeze Lancer! I never fit! Not on my watch!
Ignite!
Use a healing arm!
No! Can't end here!
Couldn't make it in time. Resuscitation! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! Resuscitation!
Oh, sparkling stars of light! Raise
Do it!
purify all! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Negative shape! Same effect! On your It's far enough!
Ready and ready!
Lightning descent!
No further!
Spread! The enemy is going all out!
I can carve through armor!
Freeze
Rising
Lancer!
armor!
Holy Land! A chain between heaven and earth!
Do it!
Journey! In an instant! Impact clock!
To achieve such harmony.
Takes a singular will.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
I'm not done!
Lightning darkness! A chain between heaven and earth!
Rising Wyvern!
A wailing beauty of lightning!
You picked the wrong fight!
Divine Savior! The waters of Freeze
I'm not done!
Here goes! In here,
Here I come.
confiscated!
I'm not done!
Radiant Slide! Here!
Not much longer to go.
Come on! One final push!
Renewal!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Certainly not.
Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more! This could be useful. Right, here goes!
I never miss!
It's over!
In a bind?
Take it!
Rising Wyvern!
Rain down and
This one's all mine! No escape!
I can carve through armor!
Rising Wyvern, ignite!
burning strike!
Here I go!
Here's evil!
Rising Wyvern!
Malevolence! Magic is there!
Explosive ring!
Forgive me. This is my...
A willing divine light! Don't mind if I do!
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara!
Being interrupted.
Think again! You're open! Go!
No more playing nice.
Holy Glimmer!
I'm ready!
Holy Land!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Soaring light spear! Mirage!
I felt better. That's for sure.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
Little help! To me.
Take this! Swallow blade!
Take it! Go! Go! The water's a fiend!
Shine!
Dance!
Radiant
More
light!
droplets!
It's too much back! Hold nothing back! Exploit the enemy's weakness! Now! While it's reeling!
Take it down! It looks like heal damage recovered.
Take this! Rimmer!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got!
Well done! One more! Go!
Heal my
Mega
weary
ray!
companion! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Breath of life! Heal my weary
By the
companion!
power of water!
Cure!
Here I go! Mega ray!
Rising one!
Lunar corruption! Light! And again! And dance in the wind! Sealed! Get on in there with the others! I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara! Into the shadows! Gravitas field!
Demon lash!
Ready to go!
Soaring glass!
That'll bring you down!
Sleep now.
There! Got this will come in handy! By the power of water! Mega ray!
Astral energy! More where that came from.
So you clamor for my true power?
The chain between heaven and earth.
Break this night!
A whale! Seven on Aqua! Gravitas field! Mega ray!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic fission!
Catapult through! Demon prey!
Into the shadows! Raging by the power of sight! Think again! Into the shadows!
You're mine!
Rhapsody of darkness!
Mega ray! Lunar corruption! By the power of think again!
Radiant
Now!
light! Force
Go!
of regeneration!
We've got it! Seven on Aqua!
Destruction!
I'm in your deck, Goku. And tonight's meal is on you.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Finish it!
Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Everyone's still in one piece? A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me.
No, it's just... This is it.
It's the moment of truth. Either we get through this, or we vanish.
We've come this far.
It's time to relegate the past.
No. This isn't
A world without...
Let's get going then.
Our future, for the freedom to... Let's go! flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter?
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
The Renaissance!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
It wants us gone. It has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? The Renaissance is inside that thing, and I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand how you took it. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
You'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sound of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now. You're mine! I'm not done! Explosive ring!
Get more for the stockpile.
Rinwell!
Astral energy.
Say no more.
They're not playing around.
Strike!
What in the world?
Don't hurry.
I'm alright. I'm still standing.
Take this! Move it! Kill! Thanks!
Ready and
You
ready!
dare strike me from behind?
Freeze the enemy's artillery.
What in the world is this? No complaints here!
Raging. Gain blood.
Leaving you apart!
Dance in the wind.
Rising Wyvern!
Bloody whirling on your
You're finished!
Winds of heaven.
Raising you apart! Bloody howling!
Move it! Divine Swallow Blade!
Now! Lunar corruption!
Resonate with the earth!
Divine
Stalagmite! Rending you apart! Slash! Showtime! Here I come! Onward! Try harder! Not a chance! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Rending you apart! You're mine! Swallow Blade! You're mine! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Awakening! You're mine!
Come forth, holy
Take
quiver!
this!
Holy land! Lunar corruption! I'm expert coming through!
Take this!
Don't mind if I do.
Try harder! Here I come! Swallow Blade!
Raging storm!
Rising
Far enough!
Can you take it? Lucius Swallow Blade!
Rain down in pure
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Rising...
Into the shadows! This one's meteor storm! This one's mine! A whirling
Such unadulterated fury.
winds of heaven! Take this! Force! Burning strike! Glacial steel! Here's evil!
Eat this!
I can
carve through armor!
Thunder field! Alright!
Demon
It's
Tiger!
showtime!
Take this! Eagle Ray! I'm not done! I'm not
Wind to the wind! Air thrust! A whirling
Thrust! Demon Tiger!
Rhapsody of darkness.
Now!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. Just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust.
The Great Spirits!
Damn. Must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissama!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right. Let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground. Take this!
You want me to see? That'll bring you down! Dance in more
No escape! Rising Wyvern! Begin! Rising...
Now we're not... No further!
Lunar corruption!
Ignite!
Rhapsody
of
Annihilation!
Slash!
By the power of flame!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Now! You're mine! Swallow Blade!
The water
Armor
generation!
won't save you!
Dance in more
We're going to crash!
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it...
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us.
All right then. Let's get to...
This madness ends right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can get through this. Together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
This should do it. Here I come. Swallow blade. Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arm.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me.
Everyone, I'm counting on you. Law!
You and me.
From here on out! We did it!
Can't get out of this!
It's over! More where that came from! Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it. It's back.
Sleep now. One more!
You picked the wrong
Go,
fight.
Helene!
No more dithering!
Our future begins here!
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us then.
Can't get out of this!
I'm only
Now all
getting
that's left is the
started.
middle.
Let's do it!
Into the shadows! Confiscated!
Denied!
Lightning condemned! Illuminate the dark! Holy glitter!
Armor won't save you.
A chain between heaven and earth!
Capacity shield.
A wailing banshee of lightning! By the power... I'm only... This is it! Carve the Gravitas Field!
You picked the wrong fight.
Sighted! You're open! Go!
Breath of life.
Gut!
Heal my weary companion.
Magna Ray!
Cure.
Seven on... Let the marksman handle this! This is it! You're open! One more! Lunar Corruption! Winds of heaven! Shattering up!
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow, if that's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
You and me.
This is it.
This ends now.
Alphen!
We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Sion! Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Sion! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters.
That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you had nothing. Only death.
So what? It matters little to me.
You are pathetic. Truly pathetic.
And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to.
You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long.
But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! Try harder! Why do you resist? Burn! Here I come!
I'm sovereign. You are nothing!
It's over!
Slash! You will beg me for mercy!
Swallow Blade! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Control others to keep from being controlled. But that's a path of never-ending hatred. Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness!
The words of a coward. Your weakness disgusts me.
You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive!
I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you, you can't have been alone your whole life.
All I remember is the lashes of whips. Each strike
Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress. Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude! What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun! Alma is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Renes Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't. I would never. It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still...
That's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphenai. I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength! Let's go!
I want to feel your hand right now. You are the place my only.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Yes.
Excuse me!
Hey!
Really now? I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Dohalim, the line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Well, let's see what they have to say.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
I guess.
Very well.
Is this?
I can hardly...
It would seem...
So this is Calaglia's lord.
Holy crap, this guy's huge! Are you guys sure he's human?
That's definitely Balsam. Back, it seems like ages since we last fought.
Remember, you don't have a mask to protect you this time. One wrong move, and you could be in real trouble.
I know. Still, back then I didn't even know who I really was. I'm excited to see just how strong I've gotten since the last time we fought.
By the power of Darkness! A whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! First
Ready and rare! Here I come! Try hard, my turn! I'm not...
That monster's attacking! Look out!
I'm not... Here I come! Bloody
In here!
I'm not done! No further! No escape!
That fire monster's causing us a lot of trouble.
Let me take a crack at it!
Don't suffer in silence.
I'm in your deck, Dilbert.
Tonight's meal is on you.
You got it. That thing's huge!
Don't let it trap you in its flames.
You're mine! Damn slave! Not now, not ever! You picked the wrong fight! Won't beat me!
Raising
you up front! That fire monster's getting ready to attack!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Try harder! No! I'll burn you down! Damn slave! Try harder! Not a chance! I'm not... No! Can't end here!
Don't give up!
I'm sorry to trouble you.
The same for me. Ready?
Here it comes! Down you go! Not done yet! Resuscitation! On your knees!
Radiant
Now or never! No further! No!
word defeat.
More for the stockpile.
From beyond, imbue this vanquish soul.
I never miss.
We got him on the run.
Don't get cocky.
Right. Still anyone's fight.
It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire!
Here I come. I'm not done.
Winds of heaven.
Try harder. My turn.
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
You really dense, though, Helene.
Stay away from my friend. It's too much. You're in trouble now. Try harder.
Now you see what I can do.
Not a chance. You swallow blade.
Not in the street. The waters of creation. Hands immortal droppers.
Take it. Okay, here I go.
Magic is there.
No further. I'm not done. I'm not done.
All right.
Try this. You're finished. Jill,
This ends now!
consider yourself finished.
Wait, it isn't over yet?
Ganabelt.
Can't stand this.
Law, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Boss rush, fuck.
We're weighty on this guy at this point, haven't we, Al?
That's right. It'll take a lot more than the likes of him to even come close to taking us down.
He may be some stupid phantom, but I'll still put him in his place.
In that case, there's no way we can lose.
Breath of life. My key to my weary companion.
Dance to the wind. Feel.
So my blade. Eternal devastation.
Down on the ground.
Magic is there. Holy land.
Take this. Scurry up. Demon turtle.
The waters of creation.
Eat dirt. Perish like every attack.
Leave this to me. I'll take him down.
By the power of flame!
Scurry up. Try harder. Rhapsody of darkness. Swallow blade.
Now you see what I can do.
I'm not done.
You'll soon see about that.
Far enough!
Here I come. And where are you going? Try harder. My turn. Demon Fang. Try this.
Captivity, worm.
Explosive ring.
There's more than one of him?
Some kind of moving illusion?
Who cares? Just knock them all down! In a vine, impudent! You'll pay! Let me free you of your power! Let me free you of your power!
Where are you going? Where are you tonight? Rising Wyvern!
Tornado drive!
Rising Feather! Where are you going? Take this! Swallow blood!
Nothing can find me! Denied!
Strike!
Got you!
Take this!
Barrage!
Eat this!
Take this!
No escape! Now!
You'll pay! Now you see what I can do! I'll slice you in two!
Here I come! Strike! Swallow blade! Rising Wyvern! Where are you going? Not now, not ever! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Just getting started!
No dawn shall break this night!
Demon Fang!
Drink deep the
He's
despair!
channeling astral energy.
Damn it! Can't get any closer!
If this keeps up,
Rising Wyvern!
by the power of water,
Whilst the depths of despair consume
Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I can handle it.
who commands all the astral flame.
Here's evil.
In a vine,
Swallow blade!
whilst thou art cursed to expire into nothing.
escape! It's over!
Far enough!
Excited.
Captain!
Oh,
Einstein phased in heavenly luck. Can you take it?
I'll smash you!
Elusive deity thou counts before the gates of hell. Burn! Take this! Come on away! Lightning! It's over! Bloody horror! The end is imminent! Indignation!
Arts require complete focus.
Insignificant worm! Now return to dust! Strike!
Here,
You're
let me help.
finished!
If we take another assault from that art, we're done for. That mirage he creates. It can channel all of his energy.
Then I guess we gotta get in quick and hit him hard.
Let's get you all tucked away.
My reach is even wider!
Thunder field.
Where are you going? You're mine!
From beyond.
Forgive me. This is my fault. Where are you going?
Nothing gets by me!
I'm thinking.
Get down! Steel! Impudent! Blink and you'll miss!
That's gonna smart.
No! Can't end
Damn it.
here! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life!
I can't hold on much longer.
Not done yet!
Searing flame.
Thunder
field.
I'll split you in two! Reflect on that. And where are you going? Here I come!
The waters of creation.
I'll try harder!
Portal droplet.
Not a chance!
Tidal wave. Hold on to your arms. Here I come.
Take this! Try harder! Stay away from my friend! Ignore me! We're just getting started!
Don't mind if I do. Radiant lock.
Shatter!
Lightning champion.
We're just getting started!
Out of ammo. Rain
this
down
it?
and
Damn it.
I don't even know the word defeat.
Enough!
A new
Make
onslaught.
deeds of you!
Oh, Spartan.
Where are you going?
Ready, close one. By the power of
And where are you going? Blink and you'll miss! Strike down these insolent fools! Take this!
Here I go.
You're mine!
The waters of creation.
Try harder! No escape!
Tidal wave.
Not a chance! Blink and you'll miss! You'll pay for that!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
We were just getting started!
This one is almost in the bag.
We're not done yet.
The waters of
Just
creation.
falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best.
Burn it! We were just getting started!
Don't mind if I do. The flames will roar. Burn it.
Drink deep the
I can't lose.
who am united with the abyss. Still going? I'll finish it!
Winds of heaven. First of all,
While the depths of despair consume thee, elusive deity, who commands all the astral plane, whilst thou art cursed to expire into negative drink, can't get out of this!
It's go time!
Radiant
Who stands bathed in heavenly light, elusive deity, whilst thou cowerest before the gates of hell. Strike!
by the power of the
Come on, your divine lightning! The end is imminent!
Shit.
Indignation! Another incantation ruined! Insignificant worm! Now return to dust!
dance in the wind.
The everlasting...
In here.
Drink deep the despair! Rending you apart!
Bloody
You're finished! Look sharp! Lightning tiger ready!
And now Menencia.
Looks like we're doing these fights.
Ugh, this feels freaky when we've got the real one.
It is only an illusion.
Oh, I was.
Yeah, let's.
Come on.
It pains me to think how terrible I once acted. The Lord.
It's okay. The fact that you know better now is all that matters.
No hard feelings if I hit the real you, right?
Likewise, should I accidentally hit you
Damn, man.
Heal my weary companion. No further. Blasting in the darkness.
A wailing banshee of light. I will you all.
Far enough.
Far beyond the darkest skies. I call see.
Power surges through me.
Flame, reload. Heaven and earth. Lunar blast. A wailing banshee of lightning.
Now you see what I can do. Swallow blade. Negative
Frozen
Jake.
wind.
Into the shadows. Demon Fang. Another incantation ruined.
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
Not a chance. Take this.
Vanish without a trace.
Look out for the charge attack.
Nothing gets through me. This I swear.
Swallow kill.
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore the pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Healing circle.
I'm ready.
Armor won't save you. Here I come. Swallow blade. Demon Fang. Super swallow dance. Rising falcon. Rising Rising phoenix. Rondo. I'm on it.
In here.
No further.
Here, let me help. First aid.
Here you are. You picked the one. Watch this. Eat this. Come and get it. Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade. Double Demon Fang. That's enough. Rising Warrior. Eat this.
Annihilation.
Rising Warrior.
They're not playing around. Confiscated.
Civilization carved through.
Glacial Steel.
Double Demon Fang.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, you are gonna pay for
Now
that.
isn't the time?
I really don't.
No further. The flaming side is yours to be let free. First rising warrior. Burn. Come and get it. Now I'm in the groove. Take this. Double Demon Fang. Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang. This. Double Demon Fang.
This wind's on.
Now you beat the crap out of me.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Not my finest. In a bind.
Lightning.
Please burn.
Magic is
Eat this. Here I come. Try harder. My turn. Take this.
They're not playing around.
Now you see what I can do. You're mine. I'm on escape. Here and now. Kisara, Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclops.
So this really...
Yeah.
Then let the...
She's just... Nice to see that even as a phantom, she's still as despicable as ever.
If that's the way she appeals to us, I guess it's a sign of just how fondly we all remember her.
You don't think she could be acting even worse than before because of our memories of her, do you?
Who cares? She was horrible then and she's still horrible now.
You're not wrong. I might also add that her companion monsters remain the same.
Then we'll just stick to what we did before. Let's get her.
Man, this is tougher than I remember. Okay. Can't get out of this. Elusive deity. No time to break this night. I'll face you. Leading flash. Swallow blade.
Raging storm.
Negative gate.
Hold on to your arms. Here I come.
Awaken and reach. No escape.
she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power.
Get ready!
I can carve through armor.
Here I come! You're gonna think again!
Will this help?
Down on the ground!
Healing circle! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, that's my cue. It's over.
Shut him down.
Let them march demonstrate. I never miss.
Take this!
Rising Wyvern!
Can't get out of this!
Dance in the wind.
You picked the wrong fight. I'm not done.
I'll smash you! Shafted radiant light.
Try harder. My turn. I'm not done.
Radiant light.
Too much.
Regeneration. Regenerate.
The water's gonna
You're mine. Rising Wyvern. You'll pay for that.
Shattering.
I'm ready! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life. Armor won't save you.
Burn!
Reflection light shade. They
I'll take you all down. They're attacking separately.
can't land a hit on her.
Keep an eye on her, and take out the monster first.
Explosion!
She's no stranger to astral art.
I can take care of that.
Yeah, take it away.
I'm not done.
Now you see what I can do.
The enemy is going all out!
Take this.
Dance, immortal weapon!
Looks bad.
Wits about you, people!
Rising Falcon. Burn in hell. Here I come. I'm not done. It's over.
The winds of judgment blow your way! Fall before impending calamity! Chaotic disaster!
I'm not done.
Negative gate.
So that's the trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arts aren't so special. And now, they're mine!
You're mine.
I can't kill you forever. Who cares? Back into the fray!
Stay away from my friend. You may be strong. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Double Steam Effect.
That did it. Surprised when I don't.
Just try and run! This one's mine!
Okay. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love and determination.
Here's a healing arc!
You picked the wrong fight.
Still got some fight left in me.
No escape. Try harder. Now. I'm not done.
No further.
No escape. It's a...
I never miss! Feel!
Resonate with the earth.
More for the style!
No escape.
Rain down and purify all things!
Take this.
Rinsing you apart. Shattering pieces. Attack time.
No escape. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Now I can let it begin. Take this.
Take this. You will defeat me.
Holy Land!
I could do without this pain.
Oh, fucking come on.
Wailing dance!
We're not done yet.
In a bind. These wolves might prove power.
Get on in there with the others!
Down on the ground.
Rising Wyvern.
Made one!
Okay, here I go.
Does it hurt? Why are you human?
To stop you dying?
Right.
No cause for break this night. Carve through every way.
Watch and weep! I'll never forgive you!
What?
Huh?
course he's next.
Not to be indelicate, but
We'll beat him. Remember.
Yeah.
let's kick his ass.
This doesn't feel like the Sovereign's power this time. It's even stronger.
Is it our memories of him that are making him so strong?
He was always strong. But even so, we still defeated him.
Right. Whether he's real or not is irrelevant. Either way, we'll take him out.
Indeed. If it is a question of whether to flee or fight, then I choose to fight.
Yeah! Let's break him into pieces! Take this!
Freeze Lancer! Lightning contraction!
Rending you a bloody holiday!
A chain between
Negative get you!
a wailing dancing lightning!
Rending you a bloody holiday! In a bind? Can't move!
Don't give up!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love of hatred!
Air thrust! One more time!
Not done yet!
Freeze Lancer! Deny! I'll be saving
Down
you!
the left,
Illuminate the dark!
Here I go!
Magic is
You're
out!
mine! Rising Walker!
Take me.
Feel my weary companion!
Freeze.
Smash it!
Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our ability to survive.
No one is dying on our watch.
Where are you going?
Here I come! I'm not done! It's over!
Die.
Radiant
Last city of darkness!
Just won't stay still! If you can draw his attention, I'll pin him down.
Mega Ray! Air thrust!
Take this.
Now!
Heaven and earth!
There! Did we get him?
He's open!
Let's go! Easter!
In a bind?
You're mine! I'm not done! Swallow blade! No escape! Down on the ground! Try this!
Be gone.
I'm ready! Here!
I couldn't make it.
Astral energy! Full throttle!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! What's he planning?
Now this is
This looks
enjoyable.
bad! We've got to stop him! First aid!
Enjoy.
Let's get you all tucked away!
Here.
In the soil.
Here's a healing arc!
Take this!
First aid! Tidal wave! Too much
far
damage!
Now are you
Oh,
ready to
fuck.
entertain me? Don't disappoint me by dying.
Eyes on the ground! Here it comes!
Damn it! Don't take your attention off him either!
Tidal wave! Not in your dream! Freeze Lancer! That'll bring you down!
Try harder! Now!
Whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! Healing struggle!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Pierce in the wind! Air thrust!
Take this!
To pull myself together! Whirling struggle!
Burn in hell!
Wind of power!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Be gone.
Oh, come on.
Magic is in strike!
Imbue this vanquished soul with life.
All day!
Resuscitation! Take this! Not done yet! Shine! No further!
Take this.
Sleep now!
That's far enough.
Blood! Entertain! Bloody holiday!
Sleep now!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
I owe you one. Fool. Take this.
My turn!
On your
I'm not...
That's far enough.
Entertain me! Try harder! No chance!
breath of life!
That'll bring
Heal
you
my
down!
weary
Raging
companion!
storm!
I'm not done!
Hold on to your arts! Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No complaints here!
Raging cascade! This one is almost in the bag!
Not done yet! Just falling back!
Then it's time for you to do what you do best! Gemini
Take this!
Divine!
Take this!
Entertain
No
me.
further! You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Stay away from my friend! Rising
Radiant light!
Now
Force of
this is
regeneration!
enjoyable.
Watch yourself!
Rising
Sense
focus!
incredible power!
Take this.
Okay, here I go!
That's far enough.
Don't suffer in silence!
Entertain me.
Phoenix! Here I come! Rising Phoenix!
Resonate with
Now are you ready to entertain me? Don't disappoint me by dying just yet.
pass through armor! Negative gain!
Divine, scoop back. Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Here I come.
Down on the ground. Be gone. Rhapsody of darkness.
Look sharp.
Lightning fire ready.
Oh, you gotta be shitting
Come
me.
on, we took them all out. Why isn't this over?
This is getting ridiculous.
What's going on here?
Is it the researchers do?
Either that, or deep down.
Well, thanks a bunch, whoever you are.
I hope it's not me. Whatever the case, either we win or we lose. And
Something like this had to have been dreamt up by Alpha, right?
do I look that bloodthirsty to you?
At the very least, you do look rather eager.
Admittedly, I may have considered how taking them all on without any of the baggage could be kind of fun.
You're guilty as charged. What are we supposed to do about all these?
Calm yourselves. They may be strong, but they're scattered apart.
Indeed. While our friendship binds us together, let us show them what that means.
Are you serious right now?
Absolutely.
Well, then I guess losing's not an option.
Damn right it's not. Let's move, guys.
Heaven and earth. Please let us bring you guilty of lightning.
You're mine.
Made one.
Come and face me.
I'll slice you in two.
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Oh my fucking god, why am I stunned now?
No further. Blink and you're missing. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Burn in hell. This one keeps taunting us.
That's what my shield's for. Get the lightning.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
God, how the hell?
Where are you going? Nothing gets by me. Shine. Radiant light. Regeneration. Regenerate. Carve through armor. Ping to the fray. Shine. Radiant light.
Don't leave me.
And
My turn. Tempest. No escape.
The waters of
I can carve through armor.
Now I can let loose. Try harder. Now. Here I come.
Take this.
You're not mine. You're mine. Rising Wyvern. Rising Fury.
Attack time.
Blink and you'll miss. Rising Wyvern. Get lost. Rising Phoenix.
sparkling stars of light. Rain down and purify.
Shockwave Flash. Rising
oh my fucking god, why is it not casting anymore?
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. Take this. I'm not done. Get lost. Hey, look sharp. You're finished.
Drink deep the despair. I'm giving you more. You require united in a bind.
Will this help?
Whilst the depths of despair consume you. I'll command all the astral flame.
Take this.
Whilst thou art cursed with destruction. Whilst thou livest before the gates of hell. From beyond, imbued with vanquished no with light. Divine lightning.
The end is imminent! Indignation!
Take care. Poodle.
Wow.
Time. Here, take this! I'm not done! Hold it! Down on the ground! Try harder! Not rest of life. Heal my weary companion. But I'll never back down! Heal my weary companion. Try my turn! Allow me to help you. Ready and where?
I'll
split you in two!
Get on in there with the others.
Burn in hell!
Where are you going?
Here I come! You are my weary companion.
Here, let's go. When it's almost in the bag.
Not done yet. Just slowing down.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best.
Lastly, I'm done. Enough can do. I will make blood. Drink deep the despair. I, who am united with the abyss. The flame inside me yearns to be let free, while the depths of despair consume me. No escape! Ready and ready! Who commands all the astral flame. Armor won't save you! Whilst thou art cursed to expire into nothing. Rising bathed in heavenly light. Now I can let loose. Whilst thou cows before the gates of hell. Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Can't be beat! Watch yourself! I sense incredible power. No escape! Swallow Blade! Who am united with the abyss? Yearns to be let free. Burn! Whilst the depths of despair consume. I'm ready!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Elusive deity! Can you take it?
A whirling struggle.
I'm not done! Elusive deity!
Denied. Hold on to your heart. Here I come. Oh, but I can't hold on to it longer.
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out. What our friends are for, we can't depend on them.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
No further. Now! Let loose! That did it!
From depths abyss.
Rising Wyvern! Through his tongue! Start up! Once ignite! Sanguine Blast! Damn you! Try harder! Now you see what I can do! Heal my weary... No further!
Ready to go. What my art can do.
Rising Wyvern! Resonate with the earth! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn it hell! On your Rising Wyvern! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Here I come!
Illuminate the ready.
Rising Wyvern!
Not on my watch. Lightning condemned.
Demon Fang!
I chose the power. Between heaven and resurrection. Go. A wailing band of lightning.
No further!
The winds of judgment blow your way! Fall for impending calamity! Chaotic disaster!
In here.
This can't be happening!
You'll pay for that! Try harder! Not a chance! No escape! I'm not done! Try harder!
Oh my fucking god, come on.
Now this is
Anything
enjoyable.
in armor is opening up darkness. I'll smash you! Searing flame! Relax! Burn! The waters of creation. Penumbra! Dance! Immortal dark!
Take this.
In here! Feel my weary companion. Can't be happening.
Forgive me. Now, are you ready to entertain me? Don't disappoint me by dying. Just yet. We got more. Take this.
Feel my weary companion. Sure. Take this. In a bind. Take this. Where are you going? I'm not done. In a bind.
Glacial Spear. Here comes
I'm not done.
Freeze Lance. Here I come.
Slice.
Lightning
you.
Take this.
I'm not done.
One more.
Fairy blood.
Take this.
I'm not done. Go away. You're mine. No further. Swallow
Take
blade.
this.
Take this. I'm not done. You're finished. No further.
There. Just like that.
In a bind. No escape.
Now this is enjoyable.
Watch yourself. I sense incredible power.
Lightning Orb. Lunar Blast.
Deity. Take this. Can't get out of this.
Here.
Try harder.
It can't be.
Is there someone left besides Balsef?
Zephyr?
Dad?
You've done well to make it this far. Don't speak. Save your strength. You've learned much along the way. Now, demonstrate it to me.
What's going
Oh no.
Why are we fighting Zephyr?
I don't know. Does that contraption even pit us against foes we've never faced?
Sleep now.
Begin!
Burning
It's over!
Fire.
Take this!
Here comes
You're
Blazer.
Take this!
Lightning condemned.
Eat dirt!
Take this!
Glacial Spear. Piercing torrent of lightning.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Sleep now.
Soil! Never see what I can do!
Not on my watch.
Masterful sound! You're mine! On your swallow blade!
Heaven and earth.
That did it!
Mega
Not today! Hold on tight! Here I come! I'm not done! Everlasting dust! Here I come! See that? Down on the ground! Here I come! Swallow blade! Resonate with the earth! Prepare to be seized! Oh, just pipe down! It's go time! Escape!
Healing torrent.
I owe you one! Try this! Torrent!
What would I do
Down
without
on the
Zephyr?
ground! Wave!
Lightning orb.
Slash!
Another
Radiant
win.
Horn Rock!
In here.
Rising Wyvern! Rising Phoenix!
I'll face you.
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Bring you down.
Reflect on thy sin. They smite with
Here I come!
Tempest Swirl.
Swallow blade!
Celestial
Living
Flare.
charges to
I'm
me!
all stopped up.
Rising Fountain! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Take this! Not today!
Tempest
You're
Swirl.
mine!
Lightning.
I'm not done!
Merciful dash.
Denied!
Prepare to be seized. In a bind.
Burning strike.
Glacial Spear.
Here's evil. Sleep now.
Try harder! My turn! You're mine! I'm not try harder!
Force of regeneration.
Here's a healing art.
Thy
First
sin.
aid.
They smite with blackened blade.
Slash!
Radiant storm.
Demon land.
Burning strike.
Heal my weary companion.
Spread. The waters of creation.
You're mine!
Dance.
Swallow
Immortal
blade!
droplet.
No escape!
Annihilation.
Everlasting dust!
Magic is in.
Take this! You pay for that! Here I come! Tell it! Toss the cannon!
Heaven and earth.
Not today!
Hey, wait on Destiny of lightning.
I'm not done!
Where are you going?
No escape!
Nothing can
myself
stop
together.
you.
Elusive
I'm
deity.
hating this one.
Slash!
Rotating
Swallow
file
blade!
driver.
Try harder! My turn!
Don't mind if I do. Searing flame.
A whirling get out of this.
Take this!
Winds of
The
heaven.
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Can you take it?
Slash! Swallow blade!
I'm out of complete now.
Soaring dragon!
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There.
Here I come!
Did you see that, Dad? I did. You've grown beyond my wildest dreams. It's about time I laid down a little parental authority.
If you really think you can, then come and give it a try! Now you see what I can do!
Here, let me have
Let me free you of your power.
Celestial
Not
Flare.
done! Swallow blade!
You do not want to make me angry.
It feels like the air is trembling.
Guess Zephyr's not messing around.
Like Dad's lightning attack.
Try harder!
Not in your dreams.
No, you can't!
Bloody howling.
Far beyond the darkest sky.
Heal my weary companion.
You do not want to make me angry.
Down